resistance of the 6880.
Welcome everybody that's listening. We got 24 listening today. My name's Washboardjim, and my partner sitting next to me here is called Funk. I am the thinking strategist behind the sneaky snake trade strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and not being gay.
Turn the lights out when you leave.
Dadgum, there she goes. We're at support here, 690. I think this is going to be your reversal place if you're going to reverse here, or we drop a little bit more. We got three moving averages. You got the 9 sitting on the wick right now, keeping you bullish. So, scalpers and traders, some of us trade with a 5 EMA. I trade with the 9, and that, as long as you stay above the EMA, you're still bullish. But if you go below that 9, you might drop on down here to the 21. And then I'm going to show you a trick. Take your Fibonacci, put it on top of that wick, and bring it on down here to the bottom. And it's right there. So you got your 50% pullback, holding that up too. That's on the 5 minute. So you go to the 1 minute. You're at the bottom of that crow right there on that parabolic run we had this morning. So that could be a solid support too. Hello, Zona.
That MACD is about to cross on the 4-hour chart.
Who's this? What's that?
The MACD is crossing over on the 4-hour chart.
Oh, the MACD. We got a double bottom here on Meta. Yesterday after hours low, double bottom on Meta. Could get a little reversal here. Beautiful reversal on the SPY there. $6,900 or $650. So we're coming up on a head and shoulders. I think the shoulder kind of, we have two different, we either break the 684.82, which holds that head and shoulders, or we go up and break that one and almost probably do it another neckline up here straight across. $685.61. Beautiful. 840 now. Out. Double top on the 5 minute on SPY. Bodies. We hit my number, 685.61. So now I'm going to say things still look bullish. We held above the 9. And we hit a double top. And we hit the shoulder line on the 1 minute, just like Jimmy said. Meta has a double bottom, new low. We have parabolic run off crows to the downside. And look at all them green. Mister's up 16%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my puts I sold yesterday, like they made so much money.
AVGO up $13. JP Morgan up 12. Target's up.
Mara is up $1.10.
Yep.
So what is that? 20%. Hood. We're not even going to talk about my hood, but they've more than my master puts actually. They're up $13 since yesterday.
Very good. Tesla. Tesla has a double top. Flirting with yesterday's morning highs and after hour highs, yesterday's. So you're definitely at a resistance here and could get a small pullback. I told my boss I get anxiety when shit ain't done right. Fire me. I am. I'm that kind of guy, you know. I think it had to do with picture framing all my life.
Yeah. Oh God.
Good morning, Bobby. And then my trigger, my alert trigger. Yep. Nope. Yeah, it sure did. We're at the 63 right now on the SPX. So, out of order. Cold, not up. I figured colder.
Missed it.
Missed it right off the 63, brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. We got a triple top. We got a triple top coming up on the 1 minute. So let me explain something how I call these triple tops out so you can understand them. So after a breakout, as we start to fall back, I'm looking for these little peaks after the breakout. Not nothing back in here. The only time I'd do that is if I was looking for a head and shoulders. Maybe. But after the breakout and as it starts to pull back, it creates little resistance levels. So you just draw your trend line after the breakout, not anything. And then you have what you call a double bottom after the breakout, which we called off the 63. So now you're coming up to a triple top. It's either going to break out and run up and do a head and shoulders up here, straight across from this triple top. And I'm going to draw this line and use the body. And run it right to the body. And there you got. Now that's a triple top. And take your little trend line right off the body here. And that's called a symmetrical flag out of the dip. Your head and shoulders resistance will be this consolidated area straight across. So you're at a triple top. I mean, if I was a scalper and I was in SPX right there, I'd be in and out of that trade right now, or I'd scale out, leave one on the table. I didn't trade it because I was talking about it, but I would have took that trade. Why? Because of the double bottom off the 63. And I would have exited at the triple top.
Nice.
Do I need to repeat that?
Very nice, Jim.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
I hesitate
All
to
right.
get it up.
This is about to run your 2-minute RSIs above the moving average. Orders all the way up at 6,900. I was trying to wait for one more pullback, but I don't think it's going to let me. I'm literally just dead staring at my RSI indicator.
Yeah, volume's kind of slow.
Yeah.
I don't like that. So I think I think it's time for a pullback here soon. Right now is the time for a squeeze. When you're at the,
Jim, I was you, Jim, on the daily, the chart on the daily had a bullhorn going.
on the daily, on which one?
On the daily, on the ES.
Okay. Let me look at it. I'm gonna check this. $9.20.
The last few weeks were.
What's that?
You got too many. You see it up there?
Yep, I see it. Oh, it's actually a. I don't know. Oh, right here, right up in here, you have one.
Yeah, right there.
Yep. Let me clean this up. Yeah, that's beautiful setup right there. That's good eye. Good eye.
Probably Jim. I'll let you know.
Yeah, very good. Ooh, there's a knife. Okay, here's your opportunity. Damn it, I hope I can erase that. Oh, shit. Oh! Wrong button.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can now be completed as dialed.
This is a spam call. I got emergency today, so I got to take care of business.
Yeah, I heard you. Alright, 8 orders down.
Jim, so what's so special about the bullhorn anyway? I never heard you talk about it.
The megaphone, it's
I really want 58.55.
it's a volatility pattern. They only show up really when there's big volatility in the market. And I'm going to send you a link in the room here. Type in megaphone pattern. Megaphone expansion. Someone call it expansion pattern. And I like to look, sometimes, first thing, I'm an image kind of guy, so I pull up the images. And I like to trade that pattern inside of it. You can scalp it many times once it starts to form. It's a buy signal. And still that 1, 2, 3 is a sweet spot in your megaphone. And there's different ways of looking at them. They can go, if you're up and you're going down, sometimes out of the snake, it's a bearish sign, but I like to trade it bullish most of the time. Once I go below that line, I don't want to buy any puts. I just want to wait it out. but I'll trade it from within and trade it from the top and have it come back and hit that top line support level, resistance level. And they're different directions. They're not always the same. So you're coming up and you form the mega consolidated area period, and you're bullish as long as you keep in that 1, 2, 3 area. And we have a head and shoulders on that one, so that's it for now. $9.20. That's a good eye, though. That's a real good eye. See, we have 1, 2, 3 right here, and it bounced up. You have a 1, 2, 3 resistance. Now it's bouncing down. This here is also a megaphone. You got that right there. This is on /ES on the 1 minute. And then you got that right there. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, she's about to pop. That was just consolidation back into the EMA cloud. EMA cloud is big green.
You come up to 69.05.
Double
top.
ES actually.
Oh. Actually, 69.80, 69.05.97.
Actually, Jim, it's 69.10.
Okay. That third dip is a higher high too, which means we could break out like he says. Right off the 63. I had some guy in another room having a hard time. I told him start being in the now.
Morning, Jim.
Good morning. How you doing, Mr. H?
I'm doing well this morning, actually. My 686s have paid off.
Oh, good. I'm going to get ready to start lunch. I've been up early and haven't had hardly anything to eat.
Kind of slow, but it's about 90 closing down. So she might be launching here soon.
(15 minutes) /ES. We've been bumping resistance levels here for an hour and 15 minutes. On a 15-minute.
Right, been that long.
Man, it's nothing but supply up there, you know. All that activity up there, above 6,900.
Well, let's say an hour and how many minutes?
Yep. Same setup I like.
68, 98, 72.
I promised myself I'm staying at trades today unless I love the setup.
Oh, Funky, good call.
It's almost like we're back to where we were yesterday. Same spots, same resistance, same setup.
Yep.
I don't love anything until I see a substantial pullback. 68.55 to 68.60. I want to see it tap that 200 EMA.
Damn.
That's what I want. Can't help it. I'm greedy. I was born
Yeah.
this way.
Oh, it must not be on the 1 minute.
On the 2 minute. I don't watch the 1 minute. I watch the 2 minute.
Oh,
It's the lowest time
God.
frame that I'll do. 1 minute's too noisy for me, man. It spooks me. The wicks are too big. It gets me out of trades. I don't like it.
Yeah.
2 months from now, he's going to say different. God damn it, I'm going to start using the 1 minute, like Jim said.
Nope. I'm a scaredy cat. I know my flaws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Well-
why time for more relaxed. You know, the higher the time frame, the more relaxed it is. You know. And then
Yeah.
it starts-
It's riding your EMA cloud on the.
Well, I'm going to outdo y'all right here. Because I'm looking at a new support level at 68, 65, 75, 75, 75. 68, 65. Not the 200. Maybe the 200.
Well, we got to top out first.
Yeah, the 200's got a good yin yang.
Just coiling. A snake is coiling.
Yep.
We haven't topped out yet. There
No.
she popped. Now she's ready to run.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But
On the megaphone.
yeah, it is. And then the leg down, man.
69. 69s. I love you. They're at $10. 10.40. Right there's $300.
Something to push.
We just now hit my resistance level, 69.05.97. If that breaks, we're going a little bit higher. A little bit more. Okay.
Oh my God! But look at all
I'm
that.
gonna show you what I'm looking at, so you don't think I'm crazy. That's what I saw that entire time. That's why I kept saying it. That's the 2 minute.
Well, that's a setup. Why didn't you take it?
Because I don't want it at the top. There's not enough risk reward for me. I only see about another 10-point move at the most.
You see a head and shoulders in that?
Pullback.
You see a head and shoulders in that? In that chart?
No. No.
I'll show it to you. I'm not scared.
I mean, I wish you would, because I don't see it. I see what I would call an inverse head and shoulders.
Well, that's what I meant to say.
Oh.
Yeah. Inverse. Duh. Duh, Jim. for you out there on YouTube. That's an inverse head shoulders. Huh?
The point of control on the 30-minute chart, that's 6940.
Tesla's at 410.
Amazon is sitting on a absolute crap ton of support right here.
Chipotle's up $1.34. What was it?
Yeah, it's almost straight up today.
I think Fern popped this morning.
Yeah, they had earnings last night or this morning.
And it's down right now.
Did you see that screenshot I posted yesterday of those calls on ET?
Yep.
Jesus Christ. For a $17 stock, there was $115 million in calls.
How'd that do?
It's up.
Is it, what was it again?
I mean, it's only up 20 cents. ET.
ET, yeah.
ET phone home.
Yeah, I remember you posting it.
It's sitting on the 63 right now. But the EMAs are bear stacked.
HIMS is down to $22. We hit my support after hours yesterday at 2077. I set a lot of alerts yesterday. I went through my watch list. It was a time to be looking, that's for sure. Amazon down 1775. Double bottom on Amazon again.
Meta's about to reclaim its EMA cloud. I think it's had enough of the dump.
50 degrees outside.
Could pull back to 654 and then moving averages on the RSI are green, like it's got buyers. If it runs, it'll run back up to 663 or so. Be a nice little trade there. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna take that one.
The VIX has got a double bottom here. The VIX at a double bottom, 1878. New low. Double top coming up on SPX. Triple top, double top.
VIX can go to 1760, 1770 on the hourly.
Yeah, someone's buying the 6935 calls.
God, look at Mara, dude.
Nailed that one.
644 to 775 from pre-market low to high. Yeah, that was a good one to sell puts on. Because I sold the $5 puts, and if Mara had hit $5, I'd be actually dancing if I got 1,000 shares. So there was no loss to that. Like, there was no way I was going to lose out or be mad about the trade.
Good.
Nice.
I know if I jump in this thing hoping for a breakout, I'm going to get caught. But we're going to give it a shot if I can get this down a little bit more. Oh, that ain't what I want to look at.
Might hold off.
Yeah.
Based on the Mag 7, they're all starting to break down.
That's a good observation. There's my Mag 7 watch list right on my main page. Always keep an eye on it. Look for some kind of bargain like Amazon and Meta today. And then Goog. Trying to break here. There she goes.
Amazon,
We nailed it.
They definitely rotated into quantum. QBTS looks like a damn rocket.
Got a rising wedge with a 1, 2, 3 orbits. Come on, you. Oh. A rising wedge. Ooh. Oh. Beautiful. That was nice. $9.50 to $11 off the top of the cloud. Like you said, man, as long as you stay above the cloud, you're still bullish.
Yep.
And you got higher.
That cloud works 80% of the time or better. I promise you.
Oh, it's going to work 100% now that if you mix the moving averages and the patterns. Not 100%, but I mean,
Yeah.
99%. Because that was 150. We're back down to 950 just like that. Now we're retesting the resistance line. But I'm going to go get my lunch started. I don't want to push my luck. 4 good trades. We got 1, 2, 3 support down here too, so I might just jump in that. Is it overextended? We're coming to the 63. Okay. We got 3 black crows. The 6,900 at 67, 670, 650, 670. $620. Scalping the lotto. 3 black crows. Come on now, hold on. Well, that didn't work out too good. Come on, we're at the bottom of the megaphone. I'm going to clean this up. Now this might get nasty now. If we don't reverse here, I want to take a big one.
Yeah, you got to hold 68, 84, 50.
London closed. London market's closing 11:30.
11:30. Not that I know of, unless someone died. We're at the bottom of the megaphone right here. Okay. If this doesn't hold, I'm out of this trade. About to get stopped out.
You held the 63 on the 2 minute.
I think I got it.
You've got
Oh.
that EMA cloud on the 2 minute though.
Oh, I didn't look at the EMA. Yeah, sweet. $7.10. Good morning, retail traders. This is. Good morning, retail traders. Good morning, retail traders. This is Washboardjim with a sneaky snake trading strategy. Oh, yeah? You idiot. I did it again. They're at 650. Let's see if we can stay above this head and shoulders. If we could respect this shoulder line, we start respecting these crows. And each crow is going to be a resistance level. 10-4. Yes. Zap.
Popper Sandler cut Amazon from 300 to 260.
Oh. Now the downgrades are coming in. 720, baby. 40. I'm in the business of winning.
Yeah, RSI looks good. You got a lot of orders at 69.05.
Ah! Go.
Yeah. Still got orders above. Still got orders above. 69.12 is a lot of orders, which looks like it'll be double top.
I'm at a shoulder line right now, so I'm going to exit one of them.
Not a bad idea.
Good job, Jim.
You'll see strength in the RSI though.
Yay. 9-10.
Good call.
Points. She's going. She's going. Get up there. Get those orders. Now orders at 69.20. They're stacking them above you.
Oh gosh, double top.
2 minute.
All out. $10.
Once the MACD crossed over on the 30-minute chart, it just hasn't stopped going on up ever since.
Out at $9.10 and $10.
God dang. Somebody put 1,200 orders at 69.12. They really want it up there.
They want to break it out, huh?
Holy shit. That's a lot of orders. There it goes. Right up to them. There's no orders stacked below us either.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn on my heat and get my lunch started. I think 5 is good enough for a lunchy.
Yeah, Jim.
Yay, that was exciting there. Even with cold, it's cold in here. I don't know, it's 70 degrees. It feels colder than that.
Oh,
RSI still looks good.
That gave me adrenaline. That's probably what I'm getting. That's what I like.
You bounced dead off the 63 on the 2 minute.
Oh, yeah, 2 minute. And dead bounce off the 1, 2, 3 on the mega. On the 1.
I can sense your happiness, Jim.
I'm kind of shook up. I need to walk away for a second.
Yeah, man, go jump around,
Yeah, you
man.
got that gambler's high.
Yep. I'll be
Hands
right.
up in the air.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Celebrate.
She wants those, she cleared those orders. Damn. 69.20 is on the table.
Just find 69.35 calls. Fine, 20.
Yeah, they wanted to market at 69.20. Somebody just added 860 orders up there.
Now, the point of control on the 30-minute chart coming up soon here. Like 69.40, 69.50. This chart. In the chart. Yeah.
Triple top.
Jim. Jim, you there?
Toast. Okay. Oh, yeah, we can get to the top of the megaphone. Wait for my toast.
You don't need 6920 where I said all the orders are, do you?
Jim,
Yep,
are you there?
yep.
Hey, so how long have you been trading? How'd you get into this trading thing?
Martha Stewart. I just got the internet. I just got a computer, a gateway computer. And the Martha Stewart thing was going on where she did some insider trading. And I said, well, that sounds kind of interesting. So I typed in what insider trading was, and then I realized that we could trade the internet, we could trade, retail traders could start trading on the market. And so I studied for a couple of years. I had a gateway computer. And I studied for a couple of years, and I opened up a chat room in 2007. With a couple, and then I met a couple of guys, and we opened up another room. We had the penny play, and then we turned it into the wise guys, and then we didn't get along too good, so I started another chat room, and I started learning how to trade stocks, and I started watching YouTube. So I really got into it around 2007. That's when I started, and we had the crash. So the market was crashing, and that got me very interested. So I want to watch this and learn about the market because I've never witnessed a crash before. And in 2005, I was telling everybody, I said, we're getting ready to pull back because of Obama. Obama was running for president, and he gave so many speeches about how he hated Wall Street and bad-mouthing fat cats, and then the market crashed. They blamed it on the housing bubble. I blamed it on Obama. Because sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with the fundamentals. That's why how I come up with being in the now, like the way they're doing Trump.
Yeah, sentiment.
Yeah, it's so then I thought, well, hell, if I got that right, and then I just kept watching. Dow down 500 points, Dow down 1,000. Then they come up with that rule: if the market dips so much, they would automatically halt the market because we were going down so fast and so hard. We went from 12,000 to 67 or 65 or something like that. So that's how I got into it. And and I had to find a job where I could day trade in the daytime. So I moved back from Hawaii back to my girlfriend, started playing in a band, and then I was able to buy a cleaning business, and that kept me working the graveyard where I could sit here all day and trade stocks. So that was my funding to get me into capital so I could trade. I didn't have any money. None. I had a picture frame shop for years and didn't make no money on it. I did good. I mean, I had a heck of a lifestyle, but I spent it all. I'm gonna get my toast.
So you were trading by COVID grant.
We're still bullish. We're above the cloud. Nice reversal on the meta call I made this morning. Jimmy called it. Double bottom. Boom. And we got new highs on AMD and NVIDIA. Magnificent. A plus. I'm waiting. NVIDIA. Randy. Randy finally shows up. Part-time, welcome to the room. Anybody else is new in here? Don't be flirting with Michelle. Put that out there right now. You've been. Am I not paying enough attention to you, Randy? I've been here all the time. You ain't said my name yet. Okay, we're at 1160. We're breaking new high. And I'm out.
Jim?
some shots to me, so Jim.
Those PBAI shares are cooking. I do believe, though, that this morning, Funky called 69.55 on ES because dealers were too exposed.
We're back at the resistance level now, which is support. What was resistance now becomes support. You got a double bottom here. So it's going to tell you if it's bearish for the rest of the day or bullish here. Stocks get a little exhausted sometimes, just like people. They need a rest.
Dude, Masters up 28% on pre-market low.
Ooh.
Well, the dip, for sure.
We called that out last night, yesterday.
Yep.
Now see, big drop. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord.
get another touch of that 2 minute off the 63 like it's been doing all day. That's the pattern.
And it's 11:28 a.m. Eastern. So it's two
Touched
minutes
it
still.
twice already today, and launched off of it this morning.
That was a nice call on Meta to the 200. That'd have been done out of that trade. What happened?
Hey, I gotta go meet some people for lunch.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if I'm gonna be back on today or not.
You have a good one. Keep your ears open.
The
Gives
level to look for on ES is 69.55. I've taught it 3 times today now. That's where the dealers are gamer neutral. They were
Okay.
way too exposed to where we were, so they have to push it back up to 69.55 or they take a huge loss on the books. And you know they're not going to do that.
I got a double top on IWM at 264.37. Google has a snake and a symmetrical flag. Huh.
Jim,
Yep.
and how did you do with the COVID crash? You traded then?
With the what crash?
COVID?
COVID crash?
Yeah.
Yep. I was trading in too.
Wow. Did you get caught?
Yeah, Biden during the Biden second term of the second year when Russia, we had supply chain issues.
Oh, wow.
You remember that?
No, I didn't hear about that. What happened?
Well, we were running out of tampons and toilet paper, and people were fighting in the aisles for toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Goulash, there's no noodles in the aisle for like a couple, 3 or 4 months because of they were having problems with the shippers
Yeah.
getting hijacked and getting shot. They ain't doing that with Trump. We'll blow him off the frickin' map.
Yeah.
But Biden let him do it, and
Yeah. I remember.
it caused a lot of shipment problems. And then we had COVID, and that was manufactured. And then we had, I regret taking my 2 shots. I got scared. Finally, it got to me, and I had to go. I wish I'd have never took them. I'm not sick. I don't get sick, you know.
Did you have to do it, Jim? Did you take it? Were you forced? You know what I mean? Like there were some people that had to take it because of their job.
Yeah. A lot of people died taking it too.
Remember?
Yeah. I mean, at that time, I was dealing with 40%, 30 to 40% inflation with my company, buying supplies and stuff, and the accountant raising my rates, and the rent going up, and insurance going up. My cost of living went up about $1,100 during that period a month. So I was trading. In fact, I'm gonna show something on YouTube here. We're gonna have a little fun. I wrote a song about COVID. You ready for this? You get to see some of my piano skills. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID was a very, we're moving up, 11:20. When we break this double top, I'll get back in it at a cheaper contract. The 6910s. Hello, I want to practice a little bit of my social distancing today, and I'm going to record a song that everybody's familiar with, but I kind of twisted the words a little bit. It kind of goes a little bit like this. 99 rows of TP on the roll, 99 rows of TP. Take one down, pass it around, 98 rows of TP on the roll. 50 rows of TP on the wall, 50 rows of TP. Take one down, pass it around, 49 rows of TP on the wall. 30 rows of TP on the wall, 30 rows of TP. Take one down, pass it around, 29 rows of TP on the wall. 20 rows of TP on the wall, 20 rows of TP. Take one down, pass it around, 19 rows of TP on the wall, 19 rows of TP on the roll, 19 rows of TP. Take one down, pass it around, 18 rows of TP on the wall. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day and make the best that you can out of it. Bravo.
You're good, Jim.
Did you like that?
Yeah, man, that's funny as hell. Did you get a lot of likes?
Yeah. Did I get a lot? I need a couple.
Yeah, I have to go hit like on that thing. crazy. It's funny that TP was such a big deal that that was the first resource that ran out. TP.
Yep. I was selling
Crazy.
TP. I haven't bought toilet paper in 21 years for myself. I I have jobs where, I get down to like a little bit in the rollers. I'll take it out, put a new roll in, and take that toilet paper home. So I haven't bought toilet paper in 21 years.
Wait, hold on a second. What do you do with it, Jim?
I take, okay, like a stall where they have the toilet paper in the stall and it's on those little holders.
Yeah.
I put toilet paper every day back in them things when they get low.
Oh,
So after it gets down to like a quarter or less than a quarter, I'll take it out and I'll put a new roll in there so I won't have to go, they won't run out of toilet paper. And I don't want people putting their hands on it. Nobody's got their hands on these rolls because they're just pulling out the paper.
true.
So it's better than having them stick there around the toilet where people keep putting their shitty hands on it. I just take it home and put it in my drawer, and when I get ready for another roll of toilet paper, I'll pull it. But I'm buying it. I'm buying the toilet paper and supplying it, but it's for them and it's paid for. So I haven't bought toilet paper out of my pocket
I gotcha.
for 21 years, just out of my business.
I gotcha.
But every roll I got in my bathroom, probably got 75 rolls that are 25% load in them. I'll never run out of toilet paper.
Jim, so you were selling it. You were selling it back in the days when it was
Heck yeah.
carried.
Every once in a while, I'd buy a roll of toilet paper and hand it to somebody in the grocery store. Say it's yours, I paid for it. People would give you the funniest look. Are you telling me I'm full of shit?
Funny stuff.
Crazy what happened with all of them. It changed the world, it did.
Yep, it sure did. It changed a lot of my friends' attitudes too.
Yeah. Incredible.
690157 is the resistance to break, and we break this, we go higher. Huh.
So Jim, and then
Yep.
so you had a band, tell me.
Yeah. We had called the Porch Dogs, and then I played with a lot of other people that had bands like Jeff and Vita, Mike West, Katie, and a lot of people. We would go to this big old festival every year in Winfield, Kansas, the Walnut Valley Festival, and that's where I met all these bands. I played with Grayson Caps, and washboard with him for a while. I'll show you who he is. He wrote a song for a movie for John Hart or somebody. I played with a band called the Shiners.
Cool.
Grayson Caps.
And you play piano and guitar?
No, I play guitar and washboard, more or less washboard. Here's Washboard Lisa. I used to play this with him, this song, but let's see. Bobby Long. The movie Bobby Long, you ever heard of that?
I think so.
Brewton, Alabama, at the Colonial Inn. Hot day, old orange juice and vodka on a nightstand. There's a Chevy Nova with the seat burned out the back from a wind-stung cigarette that was dumped into the window. Bobby Long was like Zorba the Greek, sidetracked by the scent of a woman. Could have been an actor on a movie screen. Stayed in Alabama, just a dream. You played football against W.S. Neal. Should have seen him running down the field. I grow old where the bottoms of my trousers roll. It's a love song for Bobby Long. A love song for Bobby Long. He was a handsome man, he had Cherokee cheekbones, a fair-haired boy, but where did he go wrong? He chose a road less traveled, made all the difference. Now he's chastised, criticized, don't make no sense. Bruton called him crazy, said Bobby Long was nothing but a drone. But all the thoughts in his head was way past anything they done thought. It's a love song for Bobby Long. A love song for Bobby Long. But don't get me wrong, Bobby Long, Bobby Long. He'd drag you down if he thought he could. Well, he would drag you down. Bobby Long, ride me to death of me. Won't you come along and say, road outriders gonna set me free. It's gonna take me home. He was a friend of my papa's. He used to drink until light. Praise Flannery O'Connor, smoke cigarettes and philosophize. So here I am at the Colonial Inn, meeting Captain Long My pretty girlfriend charms her with a poem. Then he breaks down and cries. Smiled a crooked smile with his broken cheekbone sad.
That's one of them.
Something you say about this song.
Bobby Long.
Trading song about Bobby being long.
Yeah, there you go. That's some real good adrenaline too. We didn't break out yet, so I'm watching here. 640, the 6910s. See if we're gonna break. Now remember, if we break out of this here, this is called an ascending triangle, so it's gonna break. And if it breaks, it'll jump up a little bit. We'll create a couple candles and maybe pull right back down and respect this previous resistance. So that's an ascending triangle, kind of. Get ready to squeeze.
Squeeze down. So you're green for the week, Jim? You're finishing the week green?
Oh yeah. Every day.
Nice.
I almost had a bad day, but I was able to get it out. I'm watching this one right here. Don't want to over trade. You can't trade. I mean, right at the first hour and a half, man, it's like pop, 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 pop. Got 5 of them out of the way. Now you got to wait for the setup. Hey, Michelle, I got something to show you here. No, that's not Jimmy singing. I was singing along.
Bobby's long.
Bobby Long.
So Jim, when do people have to start paying rent in this room? You start paying rent sometime, some point?
Once a year, I try to ask for a little bit of money for a little vacation.
Oh.
One-time donation, if you're willing to do that. I've never felt comfortable charging. A lot of people charge, make money, and that's how they become traders.
Yeah. Thank you for everything you do, Jim.
Yep. Oh, there's Green Machine.
So Jim, what do you think about this artificial intelligence with Suno and stuff, making the songs now?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I was saying that since you're into music and stuff, right? And you've been in bands, now we have this artificial intelligence that helps you make music,
Oh, yeah.
It's tripping how that works, 'cause it's kind of like you have band members, that
Yep.
contribute to your song idea. It's interesting.
Yep. It won't take much for a person to be their own musician and have AI to help you.
sure has changed.
Yep. It's disrespectful to people that work hard and try to learn how to play the guitar. But we're at the 63 here now. Get ready. We're at a support level. I gotta go check my phone too. Damn it. I gotta check my phone. We're at the right shoulder. I think I'll wait. This could be a good spot. 460. And it went lower than that. I'm like 430, 420. You could get 420. Righty. So the ascending triangle didn't work. But now you're at a support. But let's use a little patience. IWM double topping. Been a long time, that's for sure. Anybody else have any questions in the room before I get into it again? I gotta go check my phone. That might be. Kind of sitting here. It's slow market today. And I heard that we could have a little small cat, dead cat bounce and then another dip. Back to the top again. Perfect. I mean, I didn't take it, but look at it. It's a good setup. You see this right here? You see that right there? So it broke out of a double top and retested. Keep that in mind. If this thing breaks out, keep in mind, keep it in the back of your head that you could pull back to the top of that resistance level, just like right in here. So when we pulled back, we broke out to a higher high there, and then we dipped on down again, creating that yin-yang of an inverse head and shoulders. So you had the double top breakout, pull back to support, resistance, which is now support, which is respectable, a respectable day. It's not knifing, it's stopping at a support level, stopping at an old resistance, double top. And then it creates this head and shoulders, and we pull right back to that right shoulder. And I should have took that trade. Why? Because of that frickin' hammer. I had 3 reasons to take that trade. Maybe I could probably come up with 4. Slow volume, number 4. So we had a yin yang, we had an inverse head and shoulders. And now we broke out. I mean, that. There it goes. Now we'll see if we pull back for the entry. And it's getting that time of day where the risk level is a little bit higher. That would have been $120 if I'd bought them 69 tens. Well, at least I remember it being. It was probably cheaper than that. Had to have been. Here's the pullback. Now you get ready. Okay, get ready. And Funky, your mic's on. Funk, your mic's on. Or Mike, M-I-K-E. That's so funny. Your mic on. Now we know the real truth. Hey, Funk.
Yeah.
Your mic's on.
Oh yeah, because I was going to ask you what those 6900s are worth.
Oh. $13.30.
Jesus freaking Christ. All right, that's up to 10. All right, y'all have fun. I'm going to drive off this bridge.
Yeah, be careful. See how we pulled back? And we have a new high? Remember, every breakout, it's going to pull back. Almost every breakout. I'm not going to say every, almost. If it gets a spike of news, it'll shoot on up, especially at a squeeze point like where we were. If you can count to 4, you might make a little bit more. Take the bodies, 1 2 bits, 3B, 4 bits. That's not a body, that's a wick. 1 body, 2 body, 3 body, 4 bits. If you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. Did you like that, Richard? Your mic's on too.
Yes, I like that, Jimmy.
You know what I'm going to do?
What you gonna do, Paul?
I'm going to drink some cold chocolate.
Why don't you put it in the microwave?
I think I will. It don't taste too good.
While you're going.
Don't taste that good cold. So, yeah, I'm thinking about taking another vacation in May, everybody. I'm going to go to Dreams Cancun.
So you want to hear my thesis, Jim?
Hear your what?
Thesis
Yeah.
over the weekend. So don't be over exuberant. Don't swing over the weekend. I told y'all at the start of the day, this is 69.55 level. Dealers have to get to it to get that loss off their books before the weekend. This could be a dead bounce. You don't have any friggin' news catalysts that are going to shoot it through that 7,000 resistance it's been seeing for months. Like, all the earnings are over. That was the only shot you had to push you through that resistance. So be careful if you're like, today is the dealers getting the loss off their books. Don't think this is some kind of friggin' big ass rally.
Yep. I was just telling another room we're looking at a dead cat bounce. I have it right here. I asked anybody in the room if they knew what a dead cat bounce was. It's where you have like a big knife and you have a little movement to the upside and then another newer low. Tesla. Tesla. Come on. The video is going to catch up with you. Oh, I'm going to go one more shot. Ooh, looky, looky, looky. I'll be back. Oh. Oak. 540. We have a knife. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. And Tesla do high. Nike at 63.36. Apple up $3. SPX up 102. I don't see it sustaining that price.
Wall Street laughed when he bought Bitcoin.
God.
There's an update. We try to get it to you as quickly as possible. And if you're wondering how we do that, if you're in the
Opening bell is the sound that makes it go down. Sneaky snake,
Chart patterns. Moving on the range and being in the now. Being in the now.
Jimmy eating salads and sipping chai tea. Checking out the cleavage on Schwab TV. Magnificent Jesus, Rob and Randy, Living Goose, Rich Nixon, Michelle and Stingy with his grace.
Okay, we're breaking out again. This might be getting a little bit exhausted.
We have, but I went out to the February 20th weekly or monthly cycle, so just 14 days to expiration. A little
Jim,
bit
was that
shorter
you playing
term,
our song?
more short term on that.
Nice job, man.
Yeah, it was.
I like it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I secured a green day this morning, so I'm out for the day. I'm gonna watch, but I'm done. Not
Yeah.
gonna push my luck, so.
That's what your gut's telling you to do. Do it.
Yes, sir. Stacking bricks one day at a time.
Yep. I'm just waiting here myself. I haven't made a trade, in about an hour and a half.
I think they're gonna go higher. This looks like they're just, waiting to push this thing. But I've got a runner left. I'll look at it later in the day.
Mm-hmm. I just got a message. You okay, Josh? Yeah, I was trying to get a hold of someone this morning. The bathroom lights are having issues, and I got a hold of, I can't remember her name right off the bat, the girl that I usually talk to. I was in panic mode, trying to get a hold of somebody, but she's taking care of it now. The lights in the men's restroom.
I thought you ran a cleaning service.
Yeah, I do.
Then what the hell do lights have to fall under your purvey for?
Well, I'm now property manager of one of the jobs I do.
I was going to say, that sounds more like property manager than cleaning service.
Yep. Yep, that's what it is. And they bought out the company that was located here that owned the building, and so now they don't have no one down here watching it. So I'm more or less the babysitter. They give me little perks. They give me little perks to go along with it.
I got you. Well, I'm about to be at my shop, so if I don't talk to you again, have a good weekend. I'm gonna check my subscription service one time once I get down here and get my phone out, and I'll update y'all in chat as to whether or not they've moved that gex level. But as of this morning, that 0 gex was at 69.55.
Yep. We appreciate it. We really do. The room missed you when you were gone. Where's Funky at? Where the hell's Funky at? What'd you do, Runny Buff? Well, after I wash this chocolate down, I'm going to go for an apple cider. You high? Oh, I gotta see if there's any cleavage. I haven't even thought about cleavage today. I'm turning 65 soon.
What does the landscape look like overall for sentiment?
So we have Tiny Tim, the Queen of England, and Prison Man.
Investors, and for good reason. The October crash, the flash crash that kind of started everything and pulled tons of liquidity out of the market, didn't do anybody any favors, and especially not Coinbase.
Well, it did me favors. Hey, you knucklehead, I bought the dip. What the heck are you talking about? It didn't do no favors?
Confidence. It's volatile, yes, but you don't want to feel like you know you're one scandal away from losing everything, which a lot of people did last year. And everything has been down since. I think we're getting close to all of that getting out of the system and the liquidation cascades ending. But Coinbase is still on its heels here. When we look at Likefolio data, web traffic has absolutely collapsed, down 51% year over year, which is the worst among peers. PayPal down only 3%. I think what's happening here is, first of all, there's that lack of trust that started to occur. And secondly, there's a lot of decentralized exchanges that are getting a ton of trading volume, a ton of consumer interest. They're becoming easier and easier for people to use. And people are just simply...
Amazon new high.
Some of Coinbase's pretty high fees or pretty large spreads on the trades that they offer. So the alternatives are popping up, and the people that are still left in crypto are taking notice and are moving a lot more towards those decentralized exchanges. On top of that, you have Coinbase, is making a ton of its money basically off of interest rate spreads. And as we get into a potential of multiple cuts of interest rates over the next year or two, that could really compress those margins for Coinbase. So I think Wall Street is right to have the stock down where it is, and Coinbase just has a lot to prove here, as does the entire crypto market.
Andy, I got a theory on what's been going on. We always talk about Bitcoin, and everybody's got these outsized price targets for Bitcoin, where it's going to be. There's a finite amount out there. We know that. One of the concerns that I have for this area, and these drawdowns add some volatility, and you mentioned the lack of trust that's come into the markets here a little bit. But when you have different products that you can use, Bitcoin might be one, but then you've got all these others. But the decentralizing of this, whether you can trade derivatives, ETFs, all these different products that you can trade based around the original Bitcoin, which has a finite number, does that, in your eyes, lend some credence to maybe your data waning here at this point? Because that's what it seems like to me, where if it was just Bitcoin and you didn't have all these other derivatives that you were able to trade that maybe act as a proxy, that would probably not be, the reason that, or that would be a reason that we're seeing the slide.
Yeah, I think so. I think essentially what's happened is the maturization process of especially Bitcoin becoming an institutional grade asset has also exposed it
Amazon
to becoming a derivative.
Okay, we're at resistance on SPX.
More of a paper product, much like what happened to silver for a very long time until it finally broke out. There's a lot of...
Well, I got into a good one last night with a guy, and I like the dude. The YouTuber, about Bitcoin. So what the hell are you doing in Bitcoin? I'm not laughing. I mean, he was panicking yesterday. I said, don't panic, man. That's the first thing I tell people, not to panic. He's got a financial channel, and I'm just going, what? He got mad at me. I told him it was a scam to play it as a scam. And I could be wrong. UNH had a good run today. This is the one that Funky picked out last night. So at AMD, $30. From after hours, 177 to 208. And NVIDIA, 185, 162. That's a $20 bounce, $22 bounce. It don't take long for these things to recover. And then people are just sitting on the sidelines wishing they were in them. Now we're back to $6 here. What did I say? Hello, what did I say? I said if it's going to break out, it's going to come back and touch support again. The old resistance. $6, the 69.10s. Come on, you cockroach. I should have sold them reserve. Now I'm back to 6. $69.10. That's $6. I better type in some risky. Opening bell. Chart patterns. Moving averages. And being in the now. Being in the now. And back at 6. Could go at 650, 550. Opening snake. Chart patterns. I know what I was going to do with that writing. 63 EMA. Come on. We're at 590. 80. We got to hold this trend line or I get out because that's a good drop. I just sell it and take whatever loss it is. If it dips below the red line. Oh, God. Hello? Hello? Is that you, Harry? 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 Breakout. It wasn't Harry. He says, Harry's not here. Woo! Harry's not here, my lord. Harry's not here. Harry's not here, my lord. Harry's not here. Harry's not here, my lord. Off the 63. Oh, Lord. Kumbaya. We're at $7.20, my love. Yes, we are. We're at 740. Risky. What was I going to type in? Off the 63 EMA. I love that. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you, Angel. If I have to walk in desert, if I have to walk in 20-foot snow, if I have to swim 100-foot sea, I'll rescue you, Angel. Just make sure you have dinner ready. And if it's Fruit Loops, that'll be fine. Just as Funky would say, she couldn't find her way to the kitchen if she had a map. Did I get you in trouble? Woo. Pizza rolls, yes. Man, it's windy outside. I'm still in this thing. I should have sold it, but we're going to see. I get out at $70. Oh, there's 720. There's my 120. Someone make a business decision. Should I sell? That's $7.30. Four minutes at resistance. Oh, he got his computer with him. $7.30. $7.40. You can make a business decision, but I want to see if I can get a little spike off this here 5-minute resistance. I get out at $8. I'm up 200. 240. Make a business decision, please. Doom bum 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 rum pa bum bum. Me and my drum. I'm seeing 860, my friend. Rum pa bum bum. I don't know how he does it. That man is a fucking mouse. $8.40. Oh yeah. Oh no. Not again. 890. Oh god. I'm pissed. Ugh. $9. $9.20. How dare you? How dare you? You son of a bitch. Well, I say, wait for the 63. You will see. You will see. Just wait, you'll hit the 63. Wait and see. Wait and see. I talk about chart patterns and moving averages, being in the now. Just wait for the 63. Will see us hit the 63. We just got a new high. Took it off the 63. Baby, let's meet by that old cherry tree and wait for that 63. Whoa. This is Mr. Rogers. Learning to trade stocks for dummies. Is that part of the verse? How dare you, Johnny Ringo? I think I need a grade on that song. I kind of liked it. We're at 1150 if you took it off the 63. 1220, 1260. It's true, I sold a little too early. It's at 13. It's at 13. Did we take it off the 63? Oh Lord, I did, and I sold it too soon. Now I'm a little sad, but I made some money, honey. Let's fly to the moon. I figured you did. Well, let's talk about leaving money on the table. $500 on one contract. Amazon, we hit my resistance. Okay. About time for correction. We got a bull flag on Apple. Silver new high. Oh, Salem, Florence. You gotta watch out. Oh, it could be the ones I'm thinking of. It is. I haven't seen them in a while. Silver new high. Vegas mentioned. Yeah. Man, that's pretty place. So let's go over my watch list real fast. I went over them yesterday, and most of them are red. Now look at them. I really liked yesterday. I couldn't tell you how much I liked it. But I'll tell you again. So, what's he going to do? Well, he's going to look at the So we're going. What's the first time frame I'm going to look at? Can anybody tell me? What's the first time frame I'm going to look at? Randy? I'm looking for resistance and supports. What time frame do I look at? While I'm waiting, the weekly is correct. Magnificent knew it. Okay. It's time to poop and learn. Yay! Poop and learn.
Count to 3 and trade with me, but count to 4 to make much more.
Yes. TikTok came from China. TikTok was created by China. TikTok was created by the Chinese tech company called ByteDance in 2016. It started as an app called Douyin in China. Douyin. You got any Chinese out there? Then launched internationally as TikTok. With its short videos, music, and trends, it became one of the fastest growing social platforms in history, changing how
fake news, stuff.
Now, that was quite rude, Mr. Trump. Changing how people express themselves online. That's how we developed the transsexual. Poop and learn. So we're going to look at the weekly time frame. Why is this being so stubborn? I might have to reboot this thing. Should have done that while I did poop and learn. Oh, because I think they read. That's a good reason. God. We're definitely in my channel support that I did yesterday, the body of the candle on RGTI. I have an alert set for 11:57, but we definitely had a real good spot that I charted out right in here yesterday that we needed to stay in to keep it bullish. But right now we're under the 50. Regretta, RGTI. Mister had a solid support at 104.41. Looks to me like we nailed it today, right at that support level at 104.41 and bounced up. Now it's at 131. Coin is definitely below the 200. We did touch my support line, but that's on the weekly. So let's go to the daily. That was yesterday when we hit that double bottom support on the daily. So that's like a double bottom on the daily, yearly channel. That's pretty solid. And here, Kathy Wood makes 17 million crypto shift. Robinhood stock surges after Bitcoin rebounds above 68,000. Someone said that they didn't think there was much affiliation with Bitcoin and Robinhood. There's a lot. There's a lot. Snow hit my support level yesterday. Needs to hold to 156. Now we're at 169. So all these are bouncing off my support levels. Every one of them. AMD. Jimmy said the 200 EMA. And it's at the 200 EMA. And bounced up off the 200 EMA on the daily. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One trade at a time will make you rich. AVGO off the 200 EMA holding well for the last month. What's that tell you? Or the last 4 days. We're not on the weekly, we're on the daily. Tell me what it tells you. It's holding support. Nvidia off the 200. Does anybody in this room remember my speech about the 200 a week ago? One person. Subway? Come on. I think people can't hear me. It wasn't here last week? Then you get an F. But I'll excuse it. I'll make an excuse. I need a note from your mother why you weren't here last week. Now, PLTR is oversold, but we have 3 black whores that showed up. Three black crows. Whoa. I'm going to show this to my girlfriend. I got a new girlfriend now in another room. I'm going to show it to her. Her name's Liz. Liz, are you out there, honey? Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she ended up giving her mother 41. going to type this out. 3 black HORSE Jesus. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get me a cider. The video.
Still remain to be seen with this space.
Okay, and I think a good place to leave it, because I totally agree, and also I think that's why we're also seeing a more muted reaction. I mean, frankly, this is not comparable to what we saw from PayPal. 4% to the downside. I mean, again, after looking at losses on just one single session, 4% almost feels like a victory here to close out the week. But so appreciate it, Sam, for helping us break down all of the top movers, giving all of the insight to help us break down these names. Frankly, on this Friday, a lot moving here as markets continue to propel higher. We'll leave it there, though, for the top of our show today. Coming up next, time to talk a winner and a loser within the S&P 500 of the week. Both names in the broader healthcare space. We're looking at Molina Healthcare as well as DaVita.
Ooh. Look at that thing ride to 63, 63, 63, 63, 63, 63, 63. Does anybody see anything different about this chart right here? You see it right here? Boom. $63, 63, 63, 63, 63, 60, 50, 63, 63.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, John. This place is wide open. This is where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, and your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. So again, yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to talk two of our best and worst performers within the S&P 500 on a week-to-date basis. Joining us, of course, is Rick Ducat to help us look at Molina Healthcare as well as DaVita. So Molina, obviously, Rick, having exposure to its primary source of revenue is derived from the Medicare and Medicaid business tied to, of course, the government's ever-evolving policies. So that's why I think we're seeing such a substantial repricing today. I mean, it's worst day since 2012. So this makes it, unfortunately, the worst performer of the S&P 500 as it stands right now. Walk us through this chart here.
Worst performer, also its worst day during the past year here. The lowest price we've seen, bottoming out near 125 so far today, but really a difficult situation for the bulls in this name here. For now, it looks like we have formed some temporary resistance near our old lows, near 135. That's around where price topped out today so far. So that'll be a crucial threshold for the bulls to recapture if they want to attempt to fill the gap that formed here about 175. So to be sure, a difficult scenario. 203 also stands out to the upside as it was a high point here and another high point here that was not quite reached as well. So that's a long way off, but that would be another area to be on the lookout for in this game, potentially. So now we can see our moving averages that we follow. Our fast, dark blue 5-day EMA has crossed below its slower moving counterparts. Our monthly 21-day in teal near 178. Our quarterly 63 EMA in gold near about 175. Now the 5-day comes in near about 163. So a bit of a lagging indicator, pretty far off from
lagging
price activity.
If we start to drop below the 63, I'm getting in it. Puts. You hear me?
Resistance.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare ye in the name of the Lordus. Beatles? If I play a Beatles song, they won't let my video show. They'll ban it. You ready? Okay, and the put bill, the 6900s. What am I doing? $460. The 6 strike, 6,900 at $4.60. I'm just taking a risk here. This is a huge risk. I should wait for a confirmation is what I should do. But I'm in at 460. Huh?
Are you in puts?
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
kind
look
of.
at the chart sent in the chat. That ascending wedge on the 10-minute time frame.
Oh. Oh. 540. Oh yeah. Can we get down to the trend line? 10-minute time frame.
No, we haven't got there yet. No, mine, sorry. I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's not, there's no descending wedge on that. Unless it's. Mm-mm. Tweezer bottom. Little. Not quite a tweezer. Well, that's what I get for not selling at that. As long as I stay below the 50, I'm going to stay in it. Oh, shit. Chartmaster. DaVita, DVA. Okay. $4.60. Now we're bullish. Well, not quite yet. We'll see if we break this here top, I will get out. Well, maybe not. I didn't get but 5 hours sleep last night. Them lights went out at that building. I had to try to see if I could figure it out, and I couldn't. Gosh. I am kind of tired. I can feel it. Should probably be trading much after this trade, unless I really see a good setup. I'm down $100 on this contract. I'm not giving up yet, but we are starting to really look bullish now because we're above the 50. See. We got 3 white soldiers.
Up to the minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
And what is it?
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were...
Granddad stopped sleeping with my daughter once he died. Now it's my turn.
After he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my
Dad, what happened to Grandpa?
He was with me, with the journey.
How come he doesn't sleep with me anymore?
The 2 grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Now it's my turn.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing.
Okay, the ladies are up.
We are talking a name very
Pay attention.
dear to my heart, that is Reddit, with a nice move to the upside today after its earnings. And Marley Kay,
Marley.
the fourth host for the Schwab Network, is here.
You're
to
hot.
help us break down all of the numbers. And so I have to say, Reddit is my favorite social media forum because it makes you feel like any question you could possibly have on the internet, someone else has asked it. That's why I love this platform. But the street clearly liking this name today too.
I'm seeing something different. I'm seeing Reddit down 4%. What are you seeing?
Oh, well, I haven't checked in on things.
Okay.
Recent
All right,
time,
because this is part of the story.
Yeah,
They
thank
loved
you.
it. They loved the report. On paper, it was phenomenal. Shares went up 10% after hours. We covered the earnings on market on close. It was great. Now it's not great.
It's not great.
When it comes to Reddit. And the numbers themselves are really strong. They had a significant beat on both the top and the bottom line.
Reddit.
They were fueled by a surge in
Look at that.
revenue. Lucrative data licensing
Shit.
experiences with these AI giants. Very important for a company like Reddit. Now, for their revenue, $725.61 million. That was almost 7%.
It was great. Now it's not so great.
Easily beat the consensus estimate. Earnings per share also surprised. Came in at $1.24 against expectations of 95 cents. Beyond those quarterly numbers, their forward guidance for Q1 equally bullish. They have revenue as high as $605 million. That was better than expected. To further bolster investor sentiment, the board authorized a new $1 billion share buyback program, leveraging a cash reserve that now sits at about $2.5 billion. So all in all, a really impressive report. The numbers looked great. It popped double digits after hours after seeing this. Then it dropped nearly 8% this morning. It has recouped about half of those losses, down about 4%. Right now, there's a couple culprits, some uncertainties at play here, Jenny. The primary one is this controversial announcement that Reddit made that it is going to stop reporting the specific breakdown between a logged in versus a logged out user starting in late 2026. Now, why?
God darn it, Jimmy.
A logged in user is the lifeblood of a social media platform. It provides this high intent data that advertisers really, really want. By opting for this less transparent structure, Reddit has sparked some fears that perhaps there could be some plateauing in terms of those metrics that they might be trying to conceal. It comes at a time when the stock has already retreated about 30% from its highs, so investors are very sensitive right now to any sign of a shifting growth narrative. Also, there are some questions mounting about the sustainability of its data licensing model and the shadow of regulatory intervention when it comes to Reddit. As of early February, the narrative has shifted from whether Reddit can actually make money to whether it can maintain its relevance because it needs to maintain its legal right to sell user data as this AI race moves forward. Reddit was an early winner in the AI war, but recent data suggests that its dominance as a premier training set for large language models is being challenged right now. Alphabet, through YouTube, has emerged as a formidable competitor here. Recent data says that AI models becoming more adept at processing video transcripts, which means that YouTube has overtaken Reddit as the most cited social citation source for LLM. So the loss of that quote-unquote
YouTube is no comparison to Reddit.
is a major concern for Reddit investors who view their deals with Google and OpenAI as a high-margin floor. Then there's that regulatory overhang for its data practices. The FTC continuing to pursue a non-public inquiry into Reddit's licensing of user-generated content for AI trading. For AI training, so there's an FTC act that examines whether the sale of user data constitutes what they call an unfair or deceptive trade practice, given that many users contributed content long before the AI deals existed. So some major potential concerns there that could affect profitability going forward, but like you said, a very strong quarter nonetheless.
I mean, absolutely, and I think it's really interesting how we're seeing this change in, of course, their overall retention. They're just right now testing this onboarding flow, which was a bit of a weak spot, and I think a great lesson of why things can change. When you look at things at 8:30 in the morning to now at 12:30 here, we've actually recovered from the losses, but quite different than when it was up 10% initially. And so going to show
We
that
got a triple bottom.
very wide felts, and this
We got a triple bottom.
and Reddit by about 4%. Would appreciate it to Marley Caden for all of that.
We got a triple bottom on Reddit. We got a triple bottom. Yeah. Well, Amazon's pulled back to the 200. Amazon's pulled back to the 200. I'm back to the 200. Damn, SPX. Hike. Oh, my tea. I'll be right back. Ren. Irene. Irene's in the news.
Are more focused on the positive, along with there does seem to be more of a risk on theme that we've been watching today, as you know, and you've been closely monitoring this, following this, Jenny. We've seen the recovery in crypto for the day, at least. For IREM, in AI revenue, they had 17.3 million. You compare that to what it was a year ago. That number a year ago was 2.7 million. So a huge surge there, and so the street does seem to like that. Now again, initially the market was disappointed, both because they missed expectations, and there was also this expectation they would hear about a new large AI customer. We haven't heard that yet. Bernstein says that was what drove the sell-off, actually not the fundamentals. Management says negotiations are ongoing, so hopefully for the market you'll hear sooner rather than later about who the new large customer would be for Iron. But again, today, the market liking what they see in terms of the AI story here, Jenny.
Yeah, absolutely. And helping that they're announcing, I mean, this massive data center now built in Oklahoma, so that also aiding sentiment to be seen more as this neo-cloud provider than necessarily a tie to crypto, which actually is not the worst thing today, of course, as we've seen Bitcoin bouncing back. But so appreciate it, Diane King Hall, for that breakdown in Iran today, up over 9%. But now to shift gears, we know as the Super Bowl does take over the Bay Area, it's more than just a championship matchup, frankly. It's a week-long ecosystem of networking, brand building, and high-velocity deal-making. So joining us now is Stephen Olenek, chair of the sports entertainment practice at Mintz, to help us unpack the business and legal dynamics shaping Super Bowl week. So Steven, thank you so much for joining us today. From a deal-making standpoint, what really separates the Super Bowl from any other major sports event?
Yeah, thanks Jenny for having me. It's going to be a fantastic week, specifically about deal making, the networking, all the brand partnerships, the sponsors are coming together, all the people, the economic benefit that will drive the city of San Francisco and Santa Clara. You're going to see a lot of people, you're going to have a lot of big brands, a lot of big athletes working on potential activations, a lot of companies coming into the city to talk about brand partnerships, potential equity endorsements, ambassador opportunities. So you're going to see a lot of the decision makers going to be in town this entire week through the weekend. I know I'm going to have a very long day. I'll be there in the morning. Probably the talk of the week has been the Seattle Seahawks because
not really.
Super Bowl. Guess what's happening? They're going on the market, it looks. So the question's going to be, what's the valuation of the Seahawks going to be? Is it going to be a $7 billion price tag? Is it going to be a $10 billion price tag? And then you're going to have to look at Billionaires Row in terms of what investors can actually acquire the team just because of the league requirements around it, where you have to be a 30% owner to actually meet those requirements to take control of the team. So
now,
$10 billion,
I've got a statement that I want to make.
We're going to have to.
I, Washboardjim, in advance, I want you to pay very close attention to what I'm about to say. This could change your life forever. Are you ready? SMCI. I sat here and talked about it this week. And I'm now pulling up the 10-day, 30-minute time frame. And it was I that said support was under 990, 2990. Way in advance. When we were way up here. Yesterday, we pulled back to 2939. After hours, we bounced up 2950 area. And now we're at a double top again. Thank you very much. The stock is up $5 in one day. Why did I say 29 under 30 was my buy area? Jimmy, I know why. Well, you were charting that thing up there at the 90-day, 1 hour time frame. And you were talking about all this here lineup. And then we hit it below it. You said it wasn't going to go no lower than $28. But anywhere under $29.90 was a buy for a swing. So I want to thank you. And do you mind if what kind of bubble bath do you want tonight? That's inappropriate behavior, ma'am. AVGO, talked about it. We did break down below it. Didn't hit my support. I was $5.16 off. PLTO's buy signal. Called this one out. We hit 125 today. So anywhere halfway between that would be a strong buy. Around 130. Type it in. PLTR at 130, I said it. Oracle. I forgot what I said about Oracle. I think I was just bad-mouthing it. Yeah, Oracle's at the 200. This is, pay attention. Pay attention, please. I have a recall on ORCL, put back to the 200 SMA on the weekly time frame. Do you understand me? I don't know how he does it. I told everybody. No one listened. Might get Bill Clinton on here today. If anybody wants me to interview Bill Clinton today, please say yes or no. I think I'll do a video tonight. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Yeah. George, look at Oracle at the 200 SMA. Tell you what, he got a look to kill, don't he? No wonder the chicks like him.
Impacted international sales.
I bet you'd be an ugly man if he had a shaven face.
Essentially, a value-based turnaround story altogether. The way things are improving when it comes to, of course, their turnaround strategy, but also the financial metrics under the hood. If you look at the EPS numbers, they were expected to come down 2 cents. Actually beat that number by posting an adjusted profit of 9 cents. So it wasn't necessarily something about share buybacks. It was actually some improving top-line sales relative to estimates, which were 1.23 billion versus 1.31 billion. Now those sales numbers were estimated to be down in the mid-single digits, and they were. But going forward, the company did denote some improving EPS guidelines. They actually increased their EPS from around 3 to 5 cents, so let's call the midpoint of 4 cents. This is for fiscal year 2026, and now they increased that by more than double to 10 to 11 cents, and that's improving on top of the estimated 21 cents for fiscal year 2027. So what we're seeing is essentially an improvement in earnings adjustments higher, and that's creating a shift in the price relative to improving fundamentals of the business. I do think that if you look at the North American sales, that's really been a challenge for Under Armour, especially with the stock down over the last 5 years, over 60%. They continue to note some weakness in North America with sales down 10%, but Latin American markets, I think this is where the bright spot is for Under Armour. They actually showed a 20% increase in those markets, even though across the board apparel, footwear and accessories were down system-wide. They are showing improvement in the emerging markets in Latin America, and I think it's a primary catalyst for potentially continuation of price action to come.
Okay, and so George, I think has relatively high short interest, at least as a percentage of their overall float.
Yes.
It's at 33.5%. So yeah, that would make it meme stock territory and then some. So does that then lead at all to some of the exuberance we're seeing today? I mean, is this potentially a bit of a short squeeze as well?
Well, I think there's something there, Jenny. Typically, not always, but sometimes you'll see this meme rally latch onto nostalgic themes. Now, if you look at Under Armour, it's been around since 1996, so let's call it 30 years. It's a relatively older company. It's been struggling. Short interest is high. Fundamentals are improving. If you do look at, market cap of equity, 2.6 billion, cash, almost 400 million. They are still losing money, but free cash flow is improving. So again, I do think there's something there when it comes to a little bit of a short squeeze happening here, because it is a low price name, if you will, relatively speaking, but it's been an underappreciated name in the retail apparel space with improving fundamentals. So it could latch on. It could get latched on to sort of a meme rally. I'm not saying it's happening, but that's something to keep in mind, because the short interest is very high at over 30%, and the fundamentals are improving.
Yeah, and I do like that you tied it back to the fundamentals, because that's where the meme stock really frenzy, I think, gets so much criticism, because it's not typically tied to any update from the company. But this, fortunately, we are at least able to base today's move on an event. I mean, strong fundamentals and improving right now financials overall. So could be a short squeeze, could also just be the fact that they had a nice earnings report. But we'll leave it there. Appreciate it, George. Tell us.
Well, people ain't bought clothes in years.
It'll also do this for us for Next Gen Investing for this week. We have the watch list coming up next.
Apparel is usually the last one I want to trade. Tesla.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our check.
Randy, are you there? Talk about love. Talk about love. It's an airline stock. Talk about love. Yeah! Want me, baby? Do you need L-U-V, L-U-V. Before, yeah. Cooking, baby. Love yourself a friend. Talk about love, head and shoulders. L-U-V, head and shoulders. Before. Paying a quarter dividend, 18 cents. On April 2nd. Before a triple bottom, it's about to go down. Lot of money, baby, but I'm gonna stick around. T-Bone, baby, let's make some more money, baby. We gonna make some more money, baby. My love, my God. before, yeah. LUV 5372 support. Triple bottom. SPX. Approaching support here. Take a call at 280. No, that's the put. The 6920s at 320. $69.20s at 320. We're at support. SPX scalping lotto strike 69.20s at $3.20. We're at 370. 380. Oh, jeez. How does he do it? Oh, God. Ooh. 410. Ooh, do you see that? Right off my trend line there. Wonder where that come from. Shall we look? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Megaphone. Megaphone. You get out now at 390 and make a smart business decision. I'm going to see if we can get a little bit more. We're out of Head and Shoulders. You see this right here? You see that? You want to take your, again, now listen very closely, because I only will repeat this 1,000 times again. Take a candle right there, that body, put your little thing on there, trend line, and follow the next body up. So that's going to come to a double top by the time it gets up here to sell it. Do you understand? And I mean, we want to sell it right here. See? Over here, over on this side. So I can sell them right now and be happy because I got 3 contracts. That's $221. There's 4. Give me a 50. Give me 50 cents. God heard me. $420. Randy, $420. It's time to take $100 off the table. Okay, I'm going to tell you what a midwife is. Angel, will you be my midwife? Do you know what a midwife is? I bet you Magnificent knows what one is. There's a high. Okay, you ready for this? A midwife is a person who helps with the birth of a baby. Genesis 35:17. I left her speechless. I'm here to educate. No comment, Angel. Just sigh. I should ask Vegas if she'd be my midwife. Woo! That'd be over the top. We're retesting. I could have took my $100. Well, 90. We're retesting. So love 5372 if you didn't get what I was saying about that. I think I made Angel smile. Woo! It hit 90 cents. I'm still in it to win it. But time is running out. Ooh, actually, it's not a good time to be in the trade anyway. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take some profit when I get a little bitty bounce here. So I don't trust this now. We're at that time period where I hate to trade. 370. There's 150 bucks. Harry. This is the bottom of the megaphone. Waiting. Amazon dipped below the 200 now. Didn't hold the double bottom off the 200. I'm still in the trade. I'm up 670, 90. Come on, break. It's getting close where I don't even want to take a risk anymore. Come on. We got a head and shoulders. Dang, I just saw that. Just got to break that line. The squeeze. I don't think it's going to do it. This is it right here. It's got to hold this. There's triple bottom. Whoop, not.
Getting tight on the 10-minute, Jim.
What's that?
Getting tight on that ascending wedge on the 10-minute.
Oh. The ES.
I took some 688s a day out. 7 days out just to kind of try to scalp them. I'm not going to that money into it or swing it.
I wouldn't swing nothing this weekend until the Iran deal.
Yeah, I agree. Had a doji on the hourly. Previous hour.
Yeah, I need to look back at some of them individual candles like you just said. Yeah. And that's above the 50. God, that wind.
Just trying to break the 9 on the 10-minute right now.
Well, that's a pretty run all day on that. Every hour.
Mm-hmm. I sold a little too early this morning, but I still made good profit, so I'm not complaining.
No. I'm going to complain here in a second. It's gonna get close to her. We got a double bottom. That's gonna, well, shoot, that'd be down there. I'll bring it down to $1.80, I bet, or more.
I'm looking at that 688.53 level for potential support.
Good job, Bobby. I'm down $100, $300. Very bearish until I hit that double bottom, so I'm gonna stick it out till then, and then whatever happens. No, what's my shutting down? All functions will be disabled. What? And the printer I had before this one, I replaced the ink about every quarter. And it was $130 every time. This one I still have the same ink, and I've had this machine for a year and a half. I've gone through 4 printers, 8 computers, 8 or 9. Let me see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 monitors. I have 5 now, good ones. 6, 5 good ones. Trying to go back up. Now see, now we got a hard resistance to break. This is what makes it hard. And dumbass didn't buy the dip. Like if it mattered. I don't think we're gonna break it. The 9's crossed down over the 21. camera went off. $350, baby. I did it. I did it. I was worried. I was worried. Just give me a couple more. Give me a little bit more. 10 more cents. There it is. There it is. 410. 430. Woo! $4. 410. 420. So trigger. I'm gonna sell it at 420 because I love you, Randy. Mistake. He's out at 420 with a profit of $300. It's just, you know, he sits here, we all just kind of just watch him. It's memorizing to see what this man can do in an 8-hour time frame. What do you think about that, Bobby? What do you think about that, Bobby? Beautiful. That made my day. So this could be a dead cat bounce. So we have approached quite a few many good support levels. I'm telling you, if you ain't paid, I think I'm the only one person on YouTube that mentions the 200 SMA and EMA on a buy signal on a pullback. I've done it 3 or 4. I've done it since 2022, 2023 when we had that pullback in 2022, and let's get on it. Here's another song that I wrote about trading stocks. Come on. Gosh. That again. $3.50. Today, retail traders, the singing day trader is back. What I'm seeing on this chart is a little bullish or a little bearish. So I got a little tune I'm going to sing kind of as we go here. In one hell of a September, one I will always remember. Let's break out of the snake Well, we got to break that 36809. Pay close attention to that blue line. The lowest support I want to hold. 362.41 of September will be a month I will always remember. There's so much chaos going on. Let's have a ball till we can remember. Today's resistance is at 36809. This was when the SPY was at 368.09 back on 9/30/22 when I called the reversal. You pull up the SPY. Pull up the weekly. SPY's still looking good. I don't know what's that fat finger on there for. Oh, it didn't pull back that much. That ruins everything. Shit. Well, let's see if we can still see it. So this is back. We had 613, and then I called it right here off the 200. Right there. And nobody, the fat cats, none of them, called reversal. They were calling more doom and gloom. The 200, the 200, the 200, the 200, the 200, the 200. The 200. The 200. This can come back down and get close to that 200 and be a strong buy. And that's on the weekly. That's Amazon. Some of these stocks got way oversold back then. Like Meta was one of them. $88. Gosh, I was screaming buy it, and everybody was so damn scared to buy it. Boeing, another one that I shouted at 125. This thing went down here 120. We had a 120. I called it a 120 double bottom. I mean, everybody was scared to death to trade. That's a double bottom on the 3-year low, 5-year low. I don't know how low that was. I mean, let's look back at 10 years. Because back then, I was looking back ahead, back beyond 15. So you could see we were rearing in. I called this bottom too. I remember calling this real well on the SPX and the SPY. Trump. They thought Hillary was going to win, so the market was all priced in for Hillary, and Trump won with a landslide, and it just blew Wall Street's mind. They didn't know why. They weren't prepared for Trump. Hillary wasn't on CNBC every week. Trump was for years. Back in here, he was on every single frickin' week on Stock Channel. They loved him. But once he became president, I don't know what happened. I think all that free money that the government, all the lobbyists, he wouldn't accept any lobby money. So that double bottom right here was a good buy signal to me. Because why? Because it's a triple bottom. 1, 2, 3 with an inverse head and shoulders. So you had a triple bottom with an inverse head and shoulders at the bottom. Boeing. Another one that I liked was Tesla. And I told everybody, I said, man, we're at $110. So I get hyped up on these sell-offs because I know all they are just market makers. So we're down here at $110, and I went long. Beautiful setup. It run all the way to 500. See, we're overpriced. I wouldn't mind seeing a good pullback on it either. That's why I'm not in a lot of these stocks. We're up 300, 400, 500% in such a short period of time. I got to leave that. I don't know what I'm doing there. And let me see if there's one more I can think on the top of my head. Yeah, there is. COVID. COVID came. There's 2 of them in here. Lulu. $2019. I keep thinking it was around 110. It was right here is when I alerted it. Off the 63 and off the 50 SMA on the weekly, and I sent that to the founder of StockTwits. I said, buy it. It's Lulu. Why? Because people weren't buying fancy clothes. They were buying pajamas because they were working from home. They wanted to sit in something comfortable. Them Lululemons are comfortable clothing for sitting at home and lounging around. And Piton was another one. People weren't going out. They closed down all the exercise places. And this one ran to like 500. I forgot what it ran up. $171 during COVID. and then they had a death of a child or something, and it took a nosedive. So MSFT, let's see where that is and how close it is to the 200 on the weekly. Look at there. I'm telling you, 200, 200, 200, 200. We're at real serious support level. I can't express it as hard as I can. I mean, now's the time where you really want to be looking at stocks to go long. Not buy them, but just wait for the pullback. We're going to have a dead cat bounce. The next dip down, you buy them. For example, so we hit the 200. We're coming down, and we hit the 200, and we had a breakout. And then it pulled back again. That's called a dead cat bounce. And then it went ahead and took off. That's a fallen wedge. This is during the crash of when we called the recovery in 2022. We hit the 200 and we bounced up on the SPY, hit the 50, and then we had the dip to the 200 SMA and then bounced up and consolidated. This is way overbought. But, you know, SPY is so easy to trade. Out of all the stocks I've ever traded, which is just thousands of them, anybody got a stock that they're looking at that's at the 200? Let me know. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be sitting here tonight, this weekend, and I'd go every ticker that I've been through in the past, ever since I started trading, and my favorite ones, and I'd see if any of them are sitting at the 200 SMA and EMA this weekend. And I'd get serious about it. I'd say, honey, I want to be left alone. I'm going to find us a good buy. If you want to sit here and have fun with me, let's do it. This is still overbought. Like I see a good pullback to the 63, where I have that alert set on AMD. This is way overbought. I mean, shit, it's $20. And it ran all the way to 267. We got a head and shoulders on the SPX here. I don't know if anybody spotted that. Okay. I'm going to do a video on this here, the 200 and the 200 EMA and SMA this weekend. IWM. We got 13 minutes to power hour. I'm going to look at something here. Oh, I'm tired. Do 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 do. Double top on Tesla. I gotta get these things off my head.
but that's not translated to a payoff with hiring.
And so let me ask you this, Brian. When you think about the big picture, what makes a difference here? What needs to change? I mean, are we going to the labor force participation rate, the birth rates going down, things like that? Are we going to see it? People still think the economy is still pretty great. What say you?
Yeah, well, we did have this very, I guess, like jobless boom in the second half of last year with the Q3 GDP numbers. Q4 is probably going to be pretty strong. Yet we had very weak, if not negative, payrolls numbers. It's probably going to be even more negative after we get the revisions. The revisions are going to be released with this upcoming Wednesday's data release from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so there's not really a lot to say that the job market has been good. Most of the evidence says that it's been pretty bad, but can it get better? And that's where I think that with labor markets, it's important to remember that it is a lagging economic indicator. It tends to get pulled along in the wake of broader productivity gains and broader production activity. And so that's where I think that there is that reason for some optimism. And if anything, as an investor, it's reason for optimism for profits, right? If you're not seeing labor get its share of the productivity gains, it accrues to capital or profits.
And so, Mark, what's the big picture for next week? What do you think we'll hear from the non-farm payrolls next week, and what will really stand out to you?
Well, I think we just heard a good framing of that. For those of us who really dive deeply into this data, it could well be the benchmark revisions are the more enlightening aspect of the data. But then we look back and say, okay, what is the number of jobs added that is required to keep the unemployment rate steady? And there's basically an enlightenment going on about that right now, where
5 more minutes.
Both lower supply and demand of labor, and that's really been the sea change that we've seen in the recent past. So obviously we want to see what the payrolls number is. If we start to see over time a rising unemployment rate, that gets the Fed's attention, and of course that means they have to reframe their assumptions about the future. But right now they are not assuming that we see a big rise in the unemployment rate in 2026.
Yeah, and just a few seconds on productivity or anything else, Brian, that you want to add. About 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I think it's important that Vice Chair Jefferson gave a speech earlier today talking about productivity and how it can make the Fed's job easier. Plus, Vice Chair Jefferson, he's important to listen to, because if there's this kerfuffle over is Powell staying or is he going, is Warsh going to be in the chair on time, Jefferson would step in. So perhaps he's going to be the de facto chair and the one to listen to going forward for a while.
All right, great to see you. Mark Hamrick, Brian Jacobson, Dow 50,000.
Okay, we're back at the 63.
Thank you so much, you guys. Here
This thing dies.
Here's that. I took off the tag.
200.
Looks like we made close there.
We're in power hour, so it could dive here.
Guys, this is the watch list. I'm Nicole Pedal, ladies. Keep it right here. Market on close is next.
And 69.10s puts.
Schwab Bank Investment.
If this doesn't hold, I'm buying them.
Built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
$360. No. Drop. $360. $380. Make a business decision.
Happy Friday. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street.
Come on.
This is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
Happy Friday, I'm Sam Barnes coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on
Marley.
today's show. We'll focus on your portfolio and look at the recent
Jeez.
weakness in tech and AI companies.
You stole it from me.
Why diversification is a key theme for 2026. Later, we'll
She's
be
still
joined
not
by the CFO
bearish yet.
of Arm Holdings to discuss the company's latest quarter and its growing demand in the data center segment. And in Options Corner, we'll take a look at JP Morgan Chase after an upgrade that has sent shares higher on the day. Marley, take us through though what you're watching for today.
Amazon shares dropping today as Wall Street digested its surprisingly massive capex budget for 2026. The tech giant reported a mixed quarter after the close yesterday with a $200 billion capex figure for this year. The company says that it plans to invest in data centers and other infrastructure to meet the surge in demand for artificial intelligence. Roblox shares jumped, though, after forecasting revenue that topped estimates, and its loss for the quarter came in smaller than expected. The gaming company's fourth quarter users and bookings also beat analysts' expectations thanks to a slate of hit games, including Grow a Garden. Daily active users also topped analyst estimates with a 69% increase year over year. And Molina Healthcare absolutely plunged today to be the worst performer in the S&P 500 after posting a loss in the fourth quarter due to Medicaid premium adjustments and cost pressures in Medicare. The company also gave disappointing guidance for its profits in 2026. Lots to get to today, including an important milestone. But before we get to that, let's take a look at where the markets are right now. The S&P at 69,1504. That's up 1.75% right now. On the Nasdaq, we're at 24,974. Also up about the same amount. On the Dow, we're over that 50,000 mark, 50,016.09. That's up 2.25% today. And the Russell 2000 at 2665.80. That is up almost 3.5%. Taking a look at the 10-year, we're at 422, the dollar at 97.50. Gold getting close to 5,000 again at 49.79.50. That's up almost 1.9% today. On crude oil, we're at 63.39 a barrel, and Bitcoin has managed to get back over the 70,000 threshold after trying to test the 60,000 earlier, we're at 70,820. That is up 11%. Now, Sam, I saw you off camera before we started the show. We hit an important milestone on the Dow with that 50. I'm hoping that hat was nearby. That's what I wanted to see. There we go. Put it on and tell us what other stories outside of that milestone caught your eye today.
The energy is certainly palpable here at the New York Stock Exchange on the trading floor today. Some Friday cheer hitting 50K on the Dow for the first time ever. Look, part of this, Marley, has been driven by the broadening out trade we've seen that start to 2020.
There it goes.
Rotation. Look at industrial names becoming beneficiaries of the AI trade. Look at Caterpillar up over 6%. There go the girls, Diane and Nicole. It has become like an energy stock. The market loves round numbers, and so 50K is very symbolic today. Look, this has been really, it feels like an everything rally. Technology is rebounding after a 3-day sell-off. The rally is being led by chip makers like Nvidia, Broadcom, and Memory. Look at the gains today we're seeing.
Cat has a high.
These companies will actually benefit from the big spenders we've been talking about this week, which have actually seen their shares being sold off. But Bitcoin and
well, I got that one wrong. That's a good spot. I mean, I got a hammer and should have sold that there.
Crypto-related names along with it. Precious metals also bouncing back today off the back of the sell-off. I heard Ed Yardeni speaking just about an hour ago. He thinks what we're seeing today actually has to do with some of that spending we've heard from the hyperscalers. That's $650 billion that just 4 companies are going to spend. I implore you to actually go to our social media. I've just put something up about that, saying, but he says that this is going to be very stimulative moving forward. And so, in fact, while the companies which announce these plans are down, the rest of the market is cheering. Molly, Jenny, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago with some of today's top movers.
Thank you so much, Sam. And we're jealous of the hat. We wish we had them here in Chicago, but happy for the milestone nonetheless. All right, let's talk about some big moves today. Of course, Amazon, one of the top headlines on the day. Massive CapEx. But the street digesting it and digesting to the downside, despite the fact that we're seeing an up day in the markets.
I know, and I kept waiting to see some of these losses pared back. We saw with Alphabet yesterday, for example. That's not really been the case for Amazon. As you look at the heat map, it's the most glaring red, huge mark across your screen. So that's unfortunate that we haven't been able to recover any of these losses. But I mean, we're continuing to see things like their overall AWS segment is on fire. I mean, there's a reason this is the largest cloud provider of its nature in the entire market. And so $200 billion in CapEx, well, that was an eye-watering figure. I mean, it wasn't far off some of the numbers we've heard from, like Meta, Alphabet. I mean, just, it's almost frankly. And so with the case of Amazon, there was a healthy top.
There it goes.
We did also see the fact that it's continuing to actually grow. What they highlighted was the fastest pace of cloud growth we've seen now in several quarters, but did mention higher profitability.
Triple top.
Despite, again, some of these special charges. We saw that operating income actually would have been at $27.4 billion without some of these one-time charges related to like severance, impairments, tax charges, what have you, indicating that underlying margin strength. And CEO Andy Jassy did highlight their extremely strong demand for both core and AI workloads as AWS is monetizing capacity.
1.55.
To use his words.
I got $3 and 155, and I got 9.
Here, going in following price action today, we did actually see a notable miss as far as its earnings, and then again, $200 billion in capex, which is again pretty substantial, far above the $147 billion roughly the analysts had been expecting, and that will be heavily concentrated into AWS, the data centers, the chips, the satellites, and raising some concerns about, again, their near-term free cash flow pressure. Rising costs, again, continue to highlight some of the operational strain, like they logging $2.4 billion in those special charges. But I think that you have to consider the longevity of Amazon being able to adapt and innovate in a space that has been, I mean, like commerce. Many would have said they were crazy trying to adapt into an e-commerce play that has become like this omni-channel presence. They've done that, then they went back into grocery stores, which has been not their high margin business, but it's still been successful. And then going into freight and the more shipping logistics element of the business, and that also hemorrhaged money until they were able to figure out the right recipe. And so to me, this is just their next leg of growth and disruption and innovation. It's not without growing pains, yes, but nothing we haven't heard from its Mag 7 peers.
Yeah, and I had Rob Dykert on Trading 360 earlier, and he said, as you point out about Amazon, it has not been a good idea to bet against Amazon in its history. So he believes in the proof that they already have, and they're putting with this spend, but of course remains to be seen. Everybody looking now for profitability on all of these CapEx spends, and that's why we're seeing sort of this mixed signaling and mixed price action from the Mag 7 names who are spending. But let's talk about crypto. I talked about just before we were speaking that crypto did manage to get itself back up.
3 at 3 and 6 at 155.
Dropped off to some of its worst weeks since 2020, worst days since 2024.
Yeah, in worst week since 2022 is we've still lost about 16% just on a week-to-date basis, but we saw it rise north of 70K again. That's encouraging. I mean, peaking just north of 126,000 though, just back in early October. And then, of course, plunging below 61,000 overnight, which marked, again, more than a 52% pullback. But sinking now to these levels as many of the enthusiasm tied, or much of the enthusiasm tied to this asset has continued to slip. The digital currency market has struggled for months after we saw, again, a record crash last October that sent Bitcoin tumbling from all-time highs. We also saw investor sentiment become a bit more cold, and Friday's low is the weakest level we've seen since October 2024 before this rally accelerated, really highlighting the strength tied to the new president last year, and that was hugely a win for the entire asset class. So the favorability from a regulatory standpoint, as well as just further legislation that would ease things along from, like, again, an institutional adoption standpoint. But it's lost about $2 trillion since last October, and so we know that the global crypto market has continued to be volatile, and I think that finding some of these risk assets that are resilient has been also challenging. But it's interesting because it coincided with the pullback we saw in software, which decided its worst losing streak, 8 consecutive lower sessions since 2021. And I think that you look at these speculative assets, that could be anything from AI to crypto, all of it faced the same pressure without really rhyme or reason. So you'd have to hope that the macro situation continues to improve. But I would also argue the same strength that led to, I mean, all-time highs in this crypto. Also, then you could say at the same time, you know, we're facing some of the real pressures of an evolving policy from the administration. The same strength can also be your same weakness.
Yeah, we did
I'd meet him on Saturday if we could get it done.
Bitcoin tied stocks today to his strategy. I think was up north of 25%. Coinbase up more than 10% on this move to the upside, but still, as Jenny mentioned, well off of those highs that we saw in October. Let's talk about Roblox, though. I'm not a Roblox game user. My daughter likes Grow a Garden, but they had a great quarter. Are up on the day, double digits last I looked.
Okay, then I think you and Diane King Hall are in-house experts because she's the only one that was like, yeah, I'm familiar with Roblox. I've never been on the platform, not familiar, but
familiar is a loose term, but I know what they do.
You're more in the know than I think I am, but I think what we do know is, hey, bookings from a daily active user standpoint, they were strong. I mean, they saw bookings, which is the total value of the in-game currency that is really what drives the bulk of their sales, that reached 2.2 billion, up 63% from a year ago. Daily active users rose 69%, and the hours engaged jumped 88%. Analysts were looking for, I mean, figures that were far short of these blowout numbers, and net losses for the quarter actually did, I mean, continue to, we're still seeing this company operate on a loss per share basis, but at least saw sales rise 43%. And fourth quarter free cash flow also was well above expectations. Their CEO and founder did highlight that 2025 was really a banner year as they continue to exceed expectations. And this is rooted in the success, they said, of their creator community dedicated to this massive growth in their platform, enabling their top 1,000 creators to earn an average of $1.3 million. This is amazing because it's a free-to-play model, so obviously all the games, how they make their money, but then they also reward, of course, like the creative development side of the business. So that's why the business model has been challenged for that reason, because how do you make money if you're not actually the one, like, basically programming your games? But the fact that they're able to give, like, a huge amount of cash to these creators, I also think is kind of cool, and it almost makes it like a social media play on video gaming.
Yeah, I know there are chat features and stuff in these kinds of games, which has led to some safety concerns, but the company says that they have been addressing those, and obviously the street feels that they have in some meaningful way, as they are up 10% today. Now, I do want to close out on our last one here. The worst performer in the S&P 500 today, Molina Healthcare, they were down close to 30%.
Yeah, with no real signs of, I mean, I know we've eased a bit off of session lows with the overall market, but not really changing the tone at all here, as we're the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 this week, and by a pretty sizable clip. We're down 64% from highs made back in April. but we're down almost 70% from the all-time high. That was $423 a share. So a far cry from, I mean, any recent high we've seen in this name, hugely because of its exposure to healthcare and care management in Medicaid, Medicare, and ACA marketplace. That
MOH.
Specialize more in this.
Well, that's a big knife.
Type of really treatment for these more medically complicated portions of the
MOH.
So I think that makes sense with the evolution of right now policy, again, from the Trump administration. But I mean, just a clean miss as wide as you can imagine. We saw earnings per share come in actually at a loss of $2.75. We were expecting actually a profit of 34 cents. Revenue was not even close to expectations, and full year guidance, probably the biggest disappointment, giving guidance of $5 a share, well below outlook, was around $13.22. So we talk a lot about like understanding these moves. It's not
$2.
to understand why we're
Should go ahead and get out of it.
I don't think necessarily always this extent.
Then we get a big knife.
I mean, this was a clean miss as far as any expectations, and no guidance as far as like where the discrepancy went. Anytime you're this far off of estimates, I have to think you typically like pre-issue your earnings, but not the case. So we're feeling a lot of that pain today, and not helping. I mean, sentiment for this stock specifically has been so weakened by, again, policy changes.
Well, we may see some dip buyers coming in, though. There's one potential upside. It is a dip buying environment right now. So, but Molino trading down more than 27%. I want to thank Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing, for helping us get through some of the top movers today. And I do want to check back in with Sam for a look at what we have coming up next in the show.
Well, Marley, we'll take a look at the big picture with our next guest and discuss the outlook for emerging markets, the tech and AI trade, and why diversification is key for 2026.
I'm tired.
Right back.
I'm going to take a little nap when I get done here.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling,
Good idea.
whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions.
Outperform rating to 800
It's interactive learning
on CAT.
Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. Let's just check in with these markets. I mean, we know the story here. We've seen the hats. We've already done our celebration as we see some Friday cheer for these markets. We have not just seen stabilization, we have seen a pretty big snapback here off the back of this 3-day sell-off we saw in technology, and that is really what is taking us higher today. Look at some of the chip names. Nvidia, for instance, look at AMD, Broadcom higher. Some of the thinking around this is that they're going to be beneficiaries of the CapEx spend that we've been talking about. In fact, that's where we've seen some of the indigestion in the markets this week off the back of Alphabet and Amazon. Those stocks, while lower, The rest of the market is very much broadening out and benefiting, or at least gaining, on the thinking here that this could be stimulative. $650 billion from 4 hyperscalers. So the S&P 500 is sitting up 1.8. We have the NASDAQ up almost 2% higher. The Dow Jones putting on 1,100 points here to clear that 50K mark, as we saw just in the last hour, up 2.2. The Russell 2000 now outperforming here percentage-wise. We're up 3.5% right now for the small cap. So we continue to see risk on across these sectors. And if we do, in fact, look across the 11 sectors, there are a couple of lower, but technology very much is leading us higher by 4%. The US dollar has come off just over the course of the day, just ever so fractionally, though. We're about 0.2% lower on the Dixie at 97. Crude oil is picking up. Obviously, we continue to monitor these US-Iran talks and Oman. Bitcoin, that's been a nice recovery story for us today, as Jenny and Marley just ran through. We are seeing a 10% pop here. We're at 70,000 right now after crossing that 66,000 mark. There had been some worries about the damage that was being seen there, but we are seeing a nice little rebound there for cryptocurrency as well, as we see this broad risk on, particularly in tech, and then the 10-year yield, which is currently sitting at 4.21. We have come off the lows of the day. Remembering earlier in the week, we were higher than that as we saw a bit of a sell-off there in those bonds, but now a rally, to say the least. So technology, as I mentioned, 4% higher almost. Discretionary is just on the line to the upside. Staples up 1%. Communication services is obviously where we're seeing the drag. We know the story there, obviously, with some of the culprits. Let's just take a look at some of the other sectors on the move today, because there's been so much focus on these industrials. I was having a fascinating conversation around Caterpillar this morning, how they are seeing a lot of demand for their power generators now because of the whole AI boom. I mean, you have that stock up almost 7% right now. You've got materials higher, 2%. Real estate up 1.5%, even though we have these reports about the Trump administration looking into affordability with some of these home builders. Financial sitting up 1.6%, energy 1.8%, and healthcare is up 1.7%. All right, let's bring Marley back into the conversation now. Let's welcome in our next guest. That is Michelle Martin, President of Prosperity. Michelle, very nice to have you on a day like this. I suppose I have to get your reaction to the Dow today. What are your thoughts?
Well, I would just start out by saying, wow, what a difference a day makes. It definitely feels like a good end to the week. I think what we're seeing here is people seeing the pullback and thinking that it perhaps may have gone too far. And, you know, we are in a pattern of buying on the dip, and that definitely feels like that's what's happening today.
And Michelle, you know, as we look at the action today, you know, looking at Amazon down almost 7%, Alphabet down more than 2.5%. The Mag 7 last year, and even coming into this year, sort of challenged this concept that you could really only invest in these big names and be safe. We've seen this broadening out continue into 2026. What do you think that the recent action we're seeing is teaching investors about diversification and how important it is?
I think it's just such a fundamental concept as it relates to diversification, as you said. It's not only the Mag 7. If you think about the Mag 7 across the board last year, the S&P as an index actually outperformed the Mag 7, most of those holdings. And coming off of almost a decade of technology being so dominant, we're starting to see a shift. And that shift is also including international stocks. A lot of this has to do with pure valuation and upside. We're in a bull market run here that is fairly mature. So I think that's a big part of it. I also think that part of Mag 7 is really just what we're seeing here in terms of the investment and the rotation for the next acceleration for AI. And that's really exciting. It creates investment, it creates infrastructure, but these cash flow companies that have had all this free cash flow are now tying that up in investment. And so the question becomes, does that pay off, or how long does it take for that to actually pay off?
You know, Michelle, obviously part of this broadening out story has been shifting to international, and I want to get your thoughts on these emerging markets. You know, very much an outperformer last year. We continue to see that in the markets. I mean, look at the South Korean Kospi. I mean, that just takes the crown this year. But this is such a dynamic group. I mean, you have trade deals with India, you have China. I mean, as I mentioned, you've got some of those memory names in places like Korea. You have the commodity story with what we're seeing with the materials. You've got the dollar weakness obviously helping some of those regional currencies. Where are you seeing the pockets of opportunity where they have the most compelling valuations right now?
Well, I think Sam, you just touched on so many of the areas that are really influencing the reemergence of emerging markets with a weak dollar, and really it does have the tariffs and the trade negotiations have had a significant impact on some of the emerging markets. In India, for example,
Open.
the U.S. is getting on stronger footing with them, but they're also negotiating with other trade partners, which
Ooh,
is
man, open even
really
looks good.
opening the door for many of these countries to
We're at the 200 on open
partners, expand their markets
on the daily. I mean, that's out of support.
I think lastly, the thing that I would really emphasize is I think it's an alternative.
Taylor Morrison planned 1 million Trump homes.
And all
What?
of the demand that we have for precious metals, that's another.
Taylor Morrison planned 1 million Trump
It's another
homes
way to play it. So it's
to address the
I would
housing
say right
issue.
now, the strongest opportunities are really in India, where we just saw that trade deal cemented, and the other opportunities are really in Mexico. Mexico continues to be a strong trade partner of the U.S. And then it's not an emerging market, but just Central Europe, and really looking at Western Europe as well in terms of what we're seeing in terms of investment in their infrastructure, investment in defense, and being able to open their doors and really be more aware of what they need to do in order to drive stronger economies and growth.
Michelle, you just highlighted India, and Sam also mentioned the new tariff deal with the U.S. and India, reducing these tariffs meaningfully. I read a note recently that a particular analyst viewed that more as symbolic than having any sort of real economic or market impacts, whereas I've read others who felt they were quite meaningful in terms of the potential impacts. Where do you stand there?
I'm not sure that I would. I think that potentially there's some short-term positivity around those trade deals. The thing about trade is that it's very complex, and it is not just a percentage on a certain good. Think about Mexico, think about Canada with the U.S. There's multiple with the automotive industry. In order to have one car or an output of many goods, it takes many countries that are involved in that. So I think there is a risk of oversimplifying it. I also think that it's going to take some time for these trades to play out and to really understand what that impact is. So I think there's a short-term benefit. Markets kind of take a breather. There's some optimism around it, but I probably am in the camp of believing that it's going to take some time for us to really understand the impact.
So the market's getting a lot of tailwinds this year, obviously. We've got rate cuts being expected in the system. We've obviously got some fiscal stimulus as well. So it's got the monetary side, they've got the fiscal side. Just wondering, as far as the capex that we're seeing with the $650 billion just from 4 companies, that is expected to be pretty stimulative at the end of the day. I mean, I was listening to Ed Yardeni talking about that just a little earlier. What do you make of that? I mean, when you look at the capex indigestion that we've witnessed over the last 2 weeks, yet today seems to be a very different story as to who actually might be the beneficiaries of all of that.
It's really going to be the story of the year, I think, as it relates to, well, probably not just the year, but the near term in the next few years. All this investment is obviously a stimulus. It depends on how broadly it impacts the economy, and also really if there's an immediate return, if we're starting to see a return on this investment, and we're seeing companies investing that have had all this free cash flow, and so suddenly they're taking on leverage, they're utilizing free cash flow to make a very strong investment bet. I think that there's also concern as it relates to private credit markets, and just what this leverage will do, not only with the very large, but with software companies, with other people in the AI race. So I think that in the near term, it'll be positive.
227
that the strides that
is
we'll
the
see
time.
with AI,
327.
can be very
I like open.
transformative, but as with all technology,
But I don't know, I've never really watched this stock.
cycles. we tend to see transformation, but it's dependent upon the timeline, and also there always seems to be winners and losers, and sometimes there's
It's not
surprises
working
along
out
the
too
way.
good.
Well, we're certainly seeing that along the supply chain today. Michelle,
Anybody in this stock with me?
Thanks so much for joining us on a day like this. Happy Friday to you. Have a great weekend. Michelle Martin there from Prosperity. Coming up next, we will be joined by the CFO of Arm Holding. Shares have been on the move higher since its earnings report on Wednesday.
It's not doing too good.
More into the report and where the company is headed this year. Next on Market on Close.
Kind of went out of the money now on the put. Lucky for me, I'm not in heavy. Let's go. Better break out.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives
Better
you
break down, I mean.
access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs.
I thought I had it there for a second.
No matter the hour. You can trade.
Look at what's your
with Schwab.
average 160? Get out even if you can.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York.
We want this
Stock
not
Exchange,
to
where
hold
markets
that. We
react.
want it to
are
break
live
here.
with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Oh! What happened there?
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you
We're
invest.
back double top, double bottoming off the 50 here. Be careful. With higher lows, so that hit support. Take and draw your trend line up this way. See, we hit support right there. Symmetrical flag. to 333. Come on. Another support level right here. Very impressive run today. There goes drama to the upside. It's over. Uh-oh. F minus. Ooh. Finally gives me a grade. Well, it's an F minus. For sure. Bye. Well, poop. That's it. I'm done for today. Sorry about that, Richard. and I'm disgusted in you, James. Oh boy, 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 boy. Oh boy. Mira 833 up $1.60. Mr. up 27%. Sound is at 867. SOUN. Wow, it's up today. Nice. Ooh, gosh, that'd have been a pretty sight. And didn't break the 63 for 2 weeks. And I'd be out of that trade right now. $7 to $8.60, $8.50, somewhere in there. Probably $8.50. I'm so tired. I'm too tired. Pooped out. I'm glad you were in small. I wasn't. I sold a little bit, but I held on and lost 400, 450. So I hadn't had too many bad trades this week. I think patience was really a good payoff. And going over them yearly and weekly time frames kind of build a little bit of confidence in today, because we were hitting all them 200 SMAs and EMAs. I mean, that's a real strong support level. We could come back and retest the double bottoms and have a double bottom and then run up and reverse next week. But I think we have to have some kind of resolution with pathetic Iran. The leaders, the people are probably good people. Interesting.
Or, based on what they've published, they're talking
George.
the expansion, which has been going on based on demand and pricing that's elevated. But at the same time, they also talked about cost reductions. So they're doing what they're doing as a business, which is generating higher revenues and mitigating costs. That's increasing the profitability profile of the underlying business. So for what it's worth, again, it may not necessarily be a bad situation, I guess, from a larger standpoint or macrocentric standpoint. The companies are doing that. They're essentially generating more profits and, of course, at the same time hiving workers or shedding workers because their cost management protocols dictate to do so. So overall, what's going on with the business is they're growing. If you look at the earnings growth themselves going forward, they're estimated to improve that to 28% of sales. But at the same time, the revenue base of the business is only growing around 8% on a forward basis. Now, both these metrics are higher than their 5-year averages. In fact, the earnings growth of the business is estimated to be in 2026 full year 3 times their 5-year average. And that's not necessarily just coming from, higher prices of end products and higher sales. It's coming from cost reduction as well. So you have to look at it from an investment standpoint. They're doing what they're doing to improve investor returns. The stock is breaking up to new 52-week highs. If you look at the analyst consensus midpoint is 8,400 high, 66 on the low side. But like I said, they continue to increase their earnings relative to sales at 3 times the clip. And that's why you see a strong trends, and particularly since Q3's numbers, which were posted back in October, there was a gap in continuation, and you're just seeing another gap higher this quarter round because overall bottom line performance is accelerating, and that's creating shareholder value.
George, thanks so much for getting us across this one today. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. We'll catch you next week. Marley, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago.
Thanks so much to George and Sam. We are nearing the end of our market session, the end of the trading week. We'll be bringing in Kevin Green to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500, get his takeaways on the Dow hitting 50,000 and more. That's next on Market on Close.
God. Dow, 1,200 points?
Real-time access, data-driven analysis.
Well, they're buying in deep. This might be the bounce.
Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market.
Well, I didn't hear the word tariff or anything today.
Gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular.
I didn't hear none of it.
Plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24.
Their language is so different.
Who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading.
They were all excited today. I'm listening to them this morning. Being in the now, I mean, they were all excited. So that was the word. No, don't mention the word tariff today, please. Don't mention the word Trump today, please. I think Cat's overbought. They want 800 out of it. From 640 to 726 in 5 days. That 294 is not going to get there. I'll be right back. We got 3 minutes left. Well, it's been a good week this week. Summary. Really a drama week. Is really one of a real volatile week. And I think patience was probably the biggest key this week to win. Now I've noticed something, you know, it was kind of like let me see here. I got a headache too. Wearing them headphones is not good on my head. I've been hitting the head so many times. Where's I think is spy. What was I thinking? Oh, I got a 5-day. Gained everything back on a 2-day sell-off. See downtrends, downtrend, 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 after hours. That probably would have been a good sign right there. Didn't hold the triple bottom, broke out of the triple bottom. 1 minute. All right. I hope I kept everybody well entertained today. Study chart patterns, moving averages, being in the now. I'm going to come out with a video here of stocks that I think that are good to look at and really good to go long in. There's still a lot of uncertainty. We've had a real big sell-off this week. I had my head. I played puts only and been a killer trade this week. I did play 2 yesterday, and I got caught in 1 today. I was kind of thinking we'd have a little pullback, but it's just been straight concentration to the upside from 670 all the way to 35 bucks. So I'm going to get out of here. Say something nice to a family member. Don't drive drunk. Even if you had 1 drink and you can't drive and you can't handle your liquor, don't be driving. Call a family member. And that'll be it. I appreciate it, everybody.